Okay. Good evening. Good evening. Still have a couple of minutes, I guess. Okay. Let's see. Let's see how many people is going to join the class today. Hello. Hello. How you doing? Hey, do you guys have any questions before we start the class? No? Okay. Let's give a couple of minutes and see who else shows up. I don't want them to fall behind. It's just fine. Checking my emails to see if somebody emailed me, not being able to participate today. Nope. Any questions about anything that we have already covered? Anything at all? Okay. Good evening again. Let's start the class. I believe that little by little, students are going to be joining the class today. It's a little, I don't know, it's raining outside. I don't know in your area, but right here it was raining last night, it was raining this morning, and now it's kind of, cloudy. So let's then continue with this new chapter. Today's chapter is going to be telephone techniques. So this is going to be about communication, but using certain devices. Now we are going to communicate with the patient over the phone. So that's basically what it is. So we all know how to talk on the phone, right? So in the medical office, we have to follow certain techniques, certain etiquettes. So it's not just Talking is not just answering the phone like you answer your phone. Hello, what's up, what's going on? Definitely not. So we're gonna learn those techniques that we're gonna use when we are in a professional setting, particularly when we are talking to our patients. This is across the board. If you're working for any type of industry, you have to follow certain etiquette, certain techniques when you talk to your clients, to your patients. Totally different from the way that we talk to our friends, our family members. Okay, so let's move on. Part of the introduction. So it says right here, the telephone is the lifeline of the medical practice. Think about this. The first encounter with the patient might not be face to face. It might be over the phone. And might be the patient, might be the relatives, the patient's family calling the office, another medical doctor calling the office, someone that the patient was referred to, the laboratory, the pharmaceutical company. It might be a vendor, someone who's selling medical equipment, medical supplies calling. So we need to make sure that the person who is on the other line, that we don't know who that is, we answer the call identifying the place that we calling for, that they calling to. So you have to always identify your business, your practice. You have to identify yourself. So that's basically what it is. So telephone techniques can either build or destroy the physician's office. It can build or destroy your business. Because if you don't have a good customer service, then people is not gonna call. People is not gonna buy your stuff. People is not gonna come to your office. So that's very important. And we have many people from different locations that don't even know where your address is at. So they call to verify where's your address. They want to come to see the doctor that you work for. They want to receive services from your practice. Remember, it's very important because this is business. If we have no patients, then we don't have business. It's like our school. If we don't have students, what is the purpose of having a school, to having a director, to having teachers? Makes no sense, right? So what is the purpose of having a medical office if you're not going to have patients, or you're going to have very few patients? How are you going to pay the bills? How are they going to pay your salary? It won't work. So we need to have a good customer service. Customer service is paramount. If you do not have customer service, then business are not going well. I'm telling you. It says right here, the patient is never an interruption of the workday. Instead, the patient is the reason the practice exists. And that is true. I just already mentioned it. The patients are the ones who's bringing the money, who's bringing business to us. What are we going to do without patients? Or what are we going to do with just a few patients? So every single time that the phone rings, we have to make sure that we answer the phone, that we are polite, that we are courteous. We are very professional. We are very empathetic. We're going to be taking care of, the language that we use. Remember, in the medical setting, we should not be using medical terminology, which usually we call it medical jargon. We don't. We use plain, simple English. Layman terms English, something that the patient can understand. And we have to paraphrase if it is needed, or have someone who speak their language if we have a language barrier. So we have to do our best to make sure that we meet all the requirements for these patients. It is business. This is not a matter of who we like or we don't like. You don't know who is on the other end, but they are listening to you. They are catching your tone of voice, your pitch. If you have an attitude, they immediately, they're going to recognize it and they're going to call your attention. Probably they're going to get very frustrated, or they are already upset for something else. They probably have an emergency. They just need to talk to someone for assistance. So we have to be clear with the message that we are going to deliver to these people. But first, we have to listen. Active listening. You should not be distracted when you are taking a phone call. You should not be thinking, what am I going to ask next? Or tangle doing something else, because then you're not going to listen what the patient is saying. So what answers you're going to give to the patient? Not good, right? So it's very important for us to follow all of these techniques to make sure that we meet the criteria and the patients are satisfied. So we don't lose the patients, or the patients are not going to start complaining about the customer service, because that's going to affect us, because we are the ones who are there answering the phones. And you as a medical assistant, you run the chance that if you work in a medical office, this is like 99.9% that you're going to be answering the phones. So we need to learn all these techniques to make sure, once again, that the patient's customer service is going to be the best that we can give them. So what exactly we are going to be covering during this chapter? How to develop a pleasing telephone voice. So remember, you have to talk just naturally. Not like you talk to your friends, in a professional way. We're going to learn how to correctly use the handset, meaning, the phone. Because we think that we know how to use it. We're not talking about the cellular phone. We are talking about the landline phones. How to handle callers who wish to speak to the physician. If we are in an office, if we are in the front desk, we should know what are the policies of the office regarding how to control these calls. Which call should be transferred? Which call should be answered by you? And which call needs to be answered by the medical doctor, by the nurse, by the billing department, the laboratory. So we need to get familiar with all these departments within the facility that we are working at. So what are the items that we are going to need to accurately take a telephone message? Can you imagine you have like 100 phone callers in your office and you planning to keep every single message? You're going to try to memorize it. That is impossible. I can even retain 2 people. Why? Because I have other things to do. And wherever someone told me to, somebody left a message with me, I'm not going to be recalling that until the patient calls back again. I said, oh, sure, the patient called me already. I totally forgot to deliver the message to the person who this message was intended to be delivered. And I forgot about the entire message. So we have to write it down. There's a way of writing down this type of message. We're going to discuss also how to handle difficult colors. Yesterday, I gave you a little taste. So once again, we're going to talk about that. You are going to have these difficult colors, which they demand to talk to the medical doctor, and they don't want to talk to you. They want to talk directly. But you know that depends on the situation, depends on the questions that you're going to ask, depends what's going on with the patient. Then you might not pass this call directly to the doctor. It's something that you have to handle it, but you need how to do it. So it's going to be a lot of patients who demand to be, the phone call be transferred to the doctor directly. But remember, that's not going to be the case for most of the patients. So one of the things that I always recommend my students when they start working in a place, even during the internship, to ask about the policies for transferring calls. So you're going to learn that. Probably you're going to be in the front desk, because it's a good thing that you do both the back, the clinical part, and the front, the administrative part, because you're going to get familiar with the real world, just in case you end up working and most of the time they want you to be on the front. You might have a good personality to do so. I don't like to work in the front desk myself. I don't. I know I can handle callers, but it's just not me. I want to be busy doing something else on the back. I like more the clinicals. When I was a medical assistant, once again, I was working in a hospital, so I didn't have to bother with the front desk. So that was a good thing. But I know what's going on in front. So we need to learn how to handle any situations, whether the patient is difficult or not, whether the caller is difficult or not. Also, we're going to discuss what questions you should be asking the patient or the person on the other end, because it might not be the patient, it might be a family member that is calling on behalf of the patient. In case then we have an emergency. Remember, emergencies, when you work in a doctor's office, needs to be handled totally different than when we work in a hospital. Because in a hospital, we have an emergency department. In a doctor's office, we don't. And one of the things that we don't want to do is delay treatment for the patient, asking the patient to come to the office, or failing or omitting telling the patient of the person that is calling on their behalf to call 911, to go to the emergency immediately. So remember, most of the patients, they feel comfortable calling the primary care physician, the PCP or PCP. They always want to go there because they feel familiar with them and they think that they can just do almost anything. But that is not true, because in an emergency situation, in an office, we don't have all the equipment. We don't have all the professionals. We don't have all the specialties in case that the patient is having a heart attack. We don't have a cardiologist. And even though if we will have a cardiologist, it's not an emergency. This person needs to be taken care differently. So we don't have all the equipment. We don't have the people who is going to be handle these situations. For that reason, has to be directed to the emergency. We're going to discuss more about this. Okay, So calls in the physician's office. So who exactly is calling the physician's office? Well, we can just say, oh, the patients. No, it can be a lot of people. So remember these terms. It can be an established patient. What is an established patient? Patient who is being seen, who already has a medical record with us. That's an established patient. We don't say an old patient and a new patient. No, that's not how it works. We said an established patient and a new patient. So an established patient might be calling because they want to make an appointment. Remember, even though if nowadays we have technology to the tip of our fingers, a lot easier, we can do it from home. There is a portal from the medical office, from the hospital, the patient's portal. But some patients do not know how to use it. Remember, technology is not easy for everyone, particularly for older people. So usually they're going to call. They're going to call. It's a lot easier. We are more kind of used to and confident just making a phone call. What am I going to go to an office if I know that I can call you? So you can make an appointment, you can cancel an appointment, you can call for the labs, for results, for a referral, you're calling for billing issues, or you having any other situations that you need to discuss with the doctor. So the patients always think that the doctor is available every single time for them. So anytime that I call, oh, they should be there. Yes, the doctor works in the office, but the doctor is busy with other patients. So we can't just interrupt the doctor to pass a call, that we can handle it. So there is no need. New patients. Now, these are patients that for the first time, they are trying to register with the office. They just saw an advertisement or someone else told them that in this medical office, that, it's convenient for them that they can go over there. So a friend of them, somehow they got the information. Now they are calling. Now they're trying to figure out if they can register with this medical doctor. So they have a lot of questions, particularly they are new patients. So when you have new patients, you have to be very, very thorough with them. You have to ask questions and you have to listen to their answers. Remember, it's a new patient. It's not like, oh yeah, we're taking new patients. Well, try to figure it out. Find out if your doctor, if your office is taking or accepting new patients. Don't assume that the patients can just come to your office. Some medical office don't take all the patients. Sometimes they don't want to take more patients. They have too many. And they don't have many medical providers to take care of them. So they can tell you, we're not taking new patients. So get familiar with that. Don't start registering patients that they show up into the office or that they call over the phone. And then when it comes to the office, they're going to say, unfortunately, we're not taking new patients. How would you feel if somebody, tell you that yes, and, makes an appointment for you to bring all these documents, and then you're not going to register them because the medical doctor is not receiving new patients. So don't assume that we always receiving new patients. That is not true. You have to make sure that before you ask anything else, you have to ask what insurance, how are they going to pay? So when you get the name of the person, you have to ask them, Mr. and Mrs. Smith, do you have a medical insurance? Yes, I do. What type of medical insurance? Oh, I have Blue Cross Blue Shield. Okay, let me check. Yes, we take that insurance. I have Medicaid. Oh, let me check. Medicaid, which type of Medicaid? Oh, I have Health Plus, Metro Plus, Fidelis, and all these plans that are under Medicaid. You got to make sure that you know which plans, which insurances your medical doctor receives. Not every single medical insurance is received by some of the doctors. Hospitals, they do. They take any insurance, whether it's government, whether it's private, commercial, what we call, no problem. So your medical doctor needs to know, because medical doctors sometimes don't take some insurances. This is not automatically that we qualify. You have to actually register with the insurance company as the office, as the medical doctor. And sometimes we do not register for certain insurances because they take too long to pay, so we don't do it. Or because they pay too little for the services, so we don't do it. So don't assume that, oh, I'm going to the doctor, so I have this insurance, the medical doctor is going to take me. No. The patient doesn't know, but you, as one of the providers in that medical office, you should know that. So that's crucial. Anything else, no worries. Because, oh, I'm going to pay cash. No problem. You have to be specific. You have to tell them exactly how much money is going to be, they're going to be charged for the visit. And what about if the medical doctor orders blood, urine, and something else that is totally separate from the money that they're going to pay for the visit? So you got to get familiar with all that information. So that's very, very important. So when you have a new patient, not simple. And you have to listen. You have to ask, are you taking any medications? Please bring the name of the medications. If you don't have the name of the medications, bring the little bottles that you take in medications. Bring an ID with you, a photo ID. Sometimes the patients think that that's not important. They don't drive, they don't do certain things, particularly older patients. That includes the elderly. So who else? So establish a new patients. That is how the office runs, remember. But we can have the patient's family members calling, remember, on behalf of the patient. How many times I have to make appointments for my mom? I have. I call the medical doctor for results. I take my mom to see the doctor. So we get involved in those things. So regardless of who's calling, you have to do it in a very professional fashion. That's basically what it is. Patients and medical workers reporting treatment results or emergencies. Anyone can just call from the laboratory because they have results for the patient. They call into your office. They have something that it is urgent or emergent. Say, oh, listen, we have some blood results and, they are showing there some high numbers, so we need to talk to the doctor. Or I'm going to send you the results. Give it to the doctor so they can call the patient. So when we are in the front desk, we receive calls from anyone outside. Family members calling the doctor, calling you guys. calling anyone in the office. You need to know how to handle that. Medical professionals, a medical doctor that you refer your patient to, the cardiologist, the gastroenterologist, the psychologist, or the psychiatrist. Anyone can call for, to report what findings they have or the results or a test. So you need to know how to handle this. It's not that, oh, if it is a patient, I can talk one way. If it is a medical doctor, then I can talk a different way. No, you have to be professional with all of them. So you have to use the same techniques. It's just done when it comes to what information they need or what information you need to deliver. That is a different issue, but still being professional. So that's basically what it is. So we're going to have, not to mention, we can have vendors, the pharmaceutical reps calling to make not an appointment, but just to ask if the doctor is available so they can go there. People who sell supplies can be calling, furniture, equipment, or the ones who do maintenance to the equipment, they might be calling. So that's why we have to identify ourselves, identify the practice or the business that we are representing. You know how many times I have called to a place and they said, oh, how can I help you? And I'm going like, who are you? And what is your business? Because I might have dialed the wrong number. And then you end up waiting because they put you to wait. Remember, they have these answering services. So they put you to hold 10, 15, 20 minutes. And at the end, when someone happens to answer the phone, if you're lucky, then somebody says, oh, no, you have the wrong place. This is not the place. Now you waste all the time. So you need to know how to answer the call. Just naming the company where you are receiving the call or you answering, you will be able to identify if you are calling the right place. So I don't have to get upset for not, doing all these answering and saying what is needed. So that's important. Later on, we're going to talk about those calls, how you're going to transfer those calls. How do you know that this call goes directly to the doctor? You're going to transfer without even asking, in which you will take a message or you will ask them to call back. So we need to learn all that stuff. So once again, effective use of the telephone. So it says right here, the telephone is one of the most valuable tools used in the physician's office. Well, we already said that's the lifeline. It's one of the most important device, and it having changed. It's been number one way of connecting, communicating with other people. The telephone. Think about our cellular phones. See, it's been a long time since I have a cellular phone that I don't have a landline. I have a landline for a while just because I have my mom with me. So I was like, oh no, when my mom visits me, I have a landline. But nowadays, no, she uses a cellular phone. And no more landlines. But the offices, they still do. So you need to know how to handle this, how to use it properly. The medical assistant must project a caring attitude. Every single time that you speak to anyone over the phone, you must project professionalism. And since most of the people who call us in the office are going to be patients or the family on behalf of the patients, well, we have to care about them. Have to show empathy. Again, remember that empathy is going to take you from now until you no longer care about people. So we have to be very empathetic. Remember, that's crucial. So if you see this person holding the handset when she's talking, see, the phone shouldn't be held by your neck, too far away from your mouth. So it's very important that sometimes sometimes we think that, oh no, I know how to talk over the phone. But that's because we're talking to someone that shouldn't be that way, and we're doing something else. So then we put the handset right here in the neck, we hold it by the neck. So this mouthpiece right here is supposed to be 1 inch away from the mouth, not 3 inches, 4 inches, because then, you're not going to be able to actually communicate effectively. That's why you have a mouthpiece. And the mouthpiece should not be right here in front of the mouth either. Should not be touching your lips, because you see, your enunciation, your pitch, your pronunciation is going to change when you have your mouthpiece or too far or too close. Have you seen these debates, these political debates, or these comedians when they are on stage, or the singers? If you put the microphone too close to your mouth, it's a different sound, a different tone of your voice. You might be a good reporter. You might have a good voice for that, a good singer. But if you do not place the microphone correctly, then the tone of your voice, the enunciation, the pitch is going to change. So the same we're going to do it here. And sometimes we might be talking, remember, this is a phone call. So we might have some little interference, not only because we are not placing the handset correctly, but because there are other interferences like noise, people talking in the waiting area, the cars passing by, probably the air conditioning. Sometimes they have some type of, music within the facility, some ambient music. But most importantly, your coworkers, they are talking, they are moving the patients back and forth. So there are lots of issues right there, interferences. So you need to know how to handle. You should not be chewing gum. You shouldn't be eating. You shouldn't, well, of course, you shouldn't be smoking. You don't smoke in your office. So you have to be kind of focusing on that caller 100%. So you have to be active listening. So you have to become an active listener. That's basically what it is. See, active listening. You're gonna be focusing on the call that you have at that time. That is your patient. That's your client. Nothing else should be interrupting that. Because a little distraction and that is it. You are not going to understand what the patient is saying. And probably you're going to start asking, and the patient is going to start getting upset. So don't think that because the patient is over the phone, over the line, just I can do anything and they not seeing me. So I'm busy trying to, finish this or moving this or doing something else. We know when someone is actually paying attention to it, because if you start asking questions over and over, or you start saying, you're not paying attention, you're not interested. So you're going to give these callers over the phone the same attention as you would do to the patients who come to your office face to face. What is the difference? There is no difference. If you're talking to someone over the phone, you have to be talking the same way as someone who comes in person. So that's how you need to address these calls. If you're not listening actively, then you're going to miss a lot of stuff. Yeah, probably you heard the patient very upset, very agitated, probably screaming, but you don't know why is doing all that. If it is because of the problem that they are having at that moment, or because you are not responding to their questions, or because they've been waiting for a long time for the call to be accepted. So that's basically what it is. So when we listen to the patient actively, then we're going to know what's going on. We're going to know their attitude. We're going to know if they are stressed out, if they are crying, or they're not able to talk much. So you know that something is going on. And you have to talk to these people once again the same way that you would do it as when you have the patient right in front of you. Because that's how it works. Oh, the patient is very upset. So, oh, no, it's screaming at me. Oh, forget it. I'm going to put the phone away from me and I'm not listening. Seeing that a lot because you feel annoyed. Oh, no. This patient screaming over there. Oh, no, I don't want to hear that. But then you're missing a lot of stuff. So these are not your friends. These are not your family that is calling and is shouting at you. No, these are clients. And if something happened to them and this is an established patient, that phone call is going to be recorded. We know that that phone call was made from this patient to this facility if something happens to the patient. So an investigation starts from there. And everything is going to end up in our office. And we're going to find out who picked up the phone that day. And now we are in trouble. So that's basically what it is. That's what we have to have a caring attitude, regardless who's calling. Because that's what is called a medical facility. Because we're trying to help someone, to assist someone with their problems, to try to alleviate some of those issues, not to make these issues worse. So we go back to communication. See, this is communication. Developing a pleasing voice. Well, even though if you are over the phone, remember, you should not be shouting, you should not be speaking too fast or too slow, or not even responding to the questions. When you have a pleasant voice, you know, we feel it when someone responds over the phone, because the first thing that they do is they're going to say, "Hi, good morning. This is Dr. A's office. Alvaro speaking. How can I help you, Miss or Mr.? May I have your name, please? Are you a patient?" And so on and so forth, asking the reason for the call. So immediately they feel like someone really wants to address their needs. But if you don't even introduce yourself. You just say, "Hello, how can I help you? I don't know who you are. I don't even know if I'm calling the right place." So just starting from there, we're going to notice. I'm telling you, I have called places. I just call the administration from, the management from my building. I have some questions to ask. And someone just responded by saying, "Hello." It's the first time that I called that office. So this person says, "Hello." Just like that, "Hello." I said like, oh, I think that I dialed the wrong number. I said, "Am I calling the management for my building?" Says, "Oh, what building are you talking about?" "Oh, this one." But I mentioned it. So he said, "Yeah." I was like, seriously? From that moment, I knew things were not going to go well. And it didn't. It didn't go well. Because I knew that for the moment that this person answered the phone and didn't introduce himself and his office or his business, then I knew he was not going to help me. So that's basically what it is. So I called someone else. I didn't complain about it because I don't have no time. But you see, this happens all the time. I call like 100 times, answering services, and because they never there, they are, but they don't pick up the phone. They just want you to leave a message. And I didn't have like an emergency per se. I just want to talk to someone because I have sent them several emails and they didn't respond. So I said, well, it's time for me to call. But this can happen in any setting, in any industry, in any business. So be careful. We're going through those things. How many times have you called any office? And the first thing that you encounter is that you no longer speak to someone. There is an answering services. And then they give you this menu. If you want to speak to this, press this. If you want to speak to that one, press this. And then when you finally get there, they said, "Oh, well, the person is not available right now, so please leave a message." See? In the medical offices are a little different. Yes, in the hospitals, they have these answering services. Some medical offices, they do. But most of the time, we in a medical office, we answer the phone. Most of the offices, they have customer service reps. So they answer the phone. So we need to know how to answer the phone. as simple as it sounds, but it's not that simple. Provide excellent customer service. That's what I was talking about. If you don't provide excellent customer service, what is excellent? That you do the right thing, that you do what you're supposed to do. I don't want you to go the extra mile. Just do your job. Be nice, be cordial, be respectful, be professional, be empathetic. So just be nice to people. Enunciate clearly. When you pronounce certain words, particularly the patient's name, most of the other things probably the patient is not going to notice, but get the patient's name. Hi, who am I speaking to? After you introduce your business, introduce yourself. Just make sure that you call the person by their name that they gave you. May I call you by your first name or your last name? You have to ask. Oh, this is Maria Rodriguez. Hi, Maria, what's up? What's going on? That's not how you interact with patients, regardless of the social or status or gender, except for minors. See, minors, you're not gonna say a little kid, Mr. or a little girl, Mrs. Doesn't sound good, right? But for an adult, you definitely have to call them by their last name. And if they tell you, no, you can call me Maria, you can call me Mary, you can call me Joseph, then and only then you can do that. These are questions for exam. How would you address your patients? Calling them by the nickname? Of course not. We don't call people honey. We don't call them mommy or papi or hunk or gorgeous or cutie. That's not how we call our patients, regardless of how friendly they want to be to us. Not me. They can come to the office, or I can talk to them over the phone and they can say, oh, no, puppy, or no, honey, or I'm not going to say anything. It's me, the one that should not be addressing the patients. Just because the patient calls me hunk or honey or sugar or whatever, I'm not going to do the same. Remember, I'm the professional. Patient can call you whatever they want, but we should not. So an adult, we always call them by their first and last name. When will be the time that you will not be addressing the patients by, when will be the time that you will be addressing the patients by their first name? When the patient tell us that you can do it, when the patient gave us the authorization. Oh, no worries. You don't need to call me Mr. Hoyer. Just call me Alberto, okay? That is the time that you will do it. Remember, minors, you don't use last name. You call them by the first name. So, questions for example. Use inflections. Well, if you're asking a question, you have to have certain, accentuations. It will be very monotonous if you just speak like a robot, straightforward. I don't even know if you are telling me or you asking me or you are interested. You're not showing no signs of interest or that you care. Listen to impressions the caller is making. Is he or she worried or frantic or stressed or upset? So once again, we had to check it out. If we are focusing on this color in particular, not entertained doing something else, then we will know. Because depends of how the patient is acting, then we should address that situation to be more careful. Because remember, this person is going to snap. And what is it that we're going to do? Well, probably we're going to hang the phone on them. That is a no-no. Remember, the same way as we address situations with our patients that come to the office in person, we have to handle the same way the colors. If somebody's being rude to me, somebody do not understands me, I'm not gonna blame the patient. So immediately I'm gonna ask someone else who works with me to make sure that they, take care of this patient. And we're gonna let the patient know. Hi, Mr. Mrs. Smith. I have one of my colleagues, one of my coworkers that is going to be addressing with you those issues. This person has more knowledge, or this person can help you better. So can you hold on for a second and definitely get someone? Don't just put the person on hold just because you're angry, just because you don't understand, just because you don't want to be talking to that patient. That is not professional at all. You're not taking care of those business if you're not taking care of the patient. So again, I've been put on hold sometimes because I asked to, to speak to the manager, and the person who picked up the phone probably felt that she doesn't want to put me through, transfer the call, or the other person probably is there and says, no, I don't want to talk to anybody. So who knows? So they put me on hold, and next thing I know, the line, the phone get, disconnected because it was waiting for too long. So it happens. And unfortunately, well, you have to call again and try again. I tried my best. Usually I don't get upset or anything like that. I'm very patient. I said, oh my God, this is going to take so long because, the answering services tell you the waiting time is 20 minutes. Oh, when they say 20 minutes, it's like, so can you imagine the patient telling them, oh, I'm going to get someone who can help you better. And then you put them on hold and you never return to that phone. Or you actually never get someone to answer. So not good. That's not being professional. So make sure that you really, do what you're supposed to be doing. Remember, we're getting paid for it. Body language. Oh, wait a minute. What do you mean body language? We are over the phone. It doesn't matter. So sometimes you can actually feel what the other person is doing, what the other person is acting like when we are on the other line, depends on how you talk. So very important. Remember, patience most of the time, and not necessarily patience. If you are calling to a place, it's because you have something that you think is very important for you and you need to be solved. Period. That's how it works. You don't call to a place just because you have nothing else to do. No, you have questions and you want answers. So that's basically what it is. And if you are not giving me the answer that I probably want to hear from you, then I'm gonna get a little upset. I'm gonna probably raise my tone of voice, start hallucinating. It happens, we are humans. So think about what would you do in that situation? You are the patient, you are the client. The patient is going to, or the caller is going to think that you're not having time for them. You're kind of hurrying me up, rushing me to do something. Oh, no, 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 by the way, this or that, or interrupting me when I'm talking. So we know when someone really cares about answering, solving our issues versus someone who just there just to handle the call and then get rid of us. So you got to be very, very careful with all the things that you do and you say. Telephone tips. So when you are on the phone, things that you should show to the caller. Be alert and interested in whatever the caller has to say. Remember, unless it's a family or the friend or someone, then you will disregard whatever they say. And this is business. We are working and we're getting paid for it. Not to dismiss our patients, not to be rude to them. Regardless, remember, forget about the caller, forget about how the caller is talking to you. It's how you're receiving that message and how you're going to try to assist that client. Remember, if you are over the phone or in person, never tell the patient to calm down. Don't tell them. Oh, you listen, relax a little bit. Stop screaming. I can't hear you. No, if they are too agitated in a very pleasant voices, after you ask their names, they give you the name, said, oh, by the way, Mr. and Miss Smith, do you have someone over there, an adult person that can take the message on your behalf? So sometimes the patient might have a difficulty talking or listening, or is going through, an anxiety attack. It doesn't matter how you talk to them. They're not going to listen to you because they need some help. Maybe someone else can talk to you, or if it is an emergency. But we have to give the caller full attention. That means we should not be distracted with anything else. We should just listen what the patient has to say without interruptions. If we interrupt or try to speak for the patient, trying to go ahead and try to assume what the patient wants to tell us. Oh, so by the way, what you want is this, right? Well, if it's not what I want, I'm going to get very pissed off. And I'm going to tell you to let me talk, to let me finish. I'm the one who has the issue. And now you're going to get upset. Remember, you're going to talk naturally, just like you're talking in general. It's just that you're going to be very professional. But you're not going to use professional medical terms or professional jargon, says right here. avoid using professional jargon. Remember, you learn medical terms, but we're not gonna use medical terms with them. Oh, actually, Ms. Smith, I have your results from your from the cardiologist. Oh, you have a myocardial infarction. They're not gonna know. They might know what is the cardiologist, but they don't know what is myocardial infarction. And sometimes you don't even have to tell these things, but just giving you an example. Or you have to go, because last time you have a myocardial infarction or an MI, then now you have to go visit your cardiologist. We're going to make an appointment for them. No, we do not use medical terms. So we're going to tell them plain and simple so they can understand. It was a heart attack, it was a chest pain, things like that the patient can understand. As I mentioned before, when you're talking on the phone or in person, because this is the same thing, the difference is, well, you are on the line, but your professional etiquette should not change. So whether you are in person, whether you are on the phone, you shouldn't be eating, what are you talking, or drinking, or chewing gum, or doing something else, entertaining yourself doing something else. See, there is a misconception about multitasking. People don't understand what is multitasking. See, I have asked a lot of people, so what is multitasking to you? Well, that I can do a lot of things at the same time. That's not multitasking. Multitasking means that you know to do different things. You learn different procedures, different techniques. That's multitasking. What is multitasking for a medical assistant? Oh, I can answer the phones, that's multitasking, but not at the same time. So those are the skills. You know lots of tasks, but you don't do them at the same time. That's not multitasking. So you have to do one thing at a time. Not everything has to be at the same time. I'm answering the phones, I'm sending a fax, I'm doing vital signs at the same time. Oh, that's impossible. See what happened to someone who is driving a car and is talking on the phone and is distracting, eating or drinking or smoking or talking to someone inside the car, besides he's not talking on the phone, you're gonna get distracted. That's not multitasking. So once again, you know a lot of things. You know how to do EKGs, you know how to draw blood, you know how to do the vital signs, you need to answer the phones, how to check insurance coverage, you know how to do referrals. That is lots of tasks that you know how to do it, but you're not gonna do it at the same time. So that's basically what it is. So it's so uncomfortable seeing someone drinking, eating, or chewing gum when you're talking to them. Can you imagine somebody chewing gum right there and then, you're talking to them? That doesn't look professional at all, or drinking or eating. Not good. Very unprofessional. So holding the handset correctly, we went over that. So the most important thing is to have the mouthpiece like 1 inch away from the mouth, not putting it under the chin, not putting it right, holding it with your neck. That's too far away because the voice get distorted. And if it gets distorted, then you are not gonna be able to deliver the message or receive the message correctly. So that's basically what it is. Confidentiality. I cannot stress enough with confidentiality. Every communication that you have with the patients, it is considered confidential all the time. So you shouldn't be discussing information that you or the patient relates to you, and you're gonna relate this to people who is not involved in the care of the patient. So whenever you've been asked about HIPAA privacy rule or HIPAA violations, means about confidentiality, privacy and confidentiality. I need to keep the information of my patients private. What is private? When you leave the medical records should not be left unattended, should not be open. If you have a paper-based medical record, if you have a computerized medical record, then your screen should not be facing anyone but the people who works over there. You should have screensavers. You have a login and a passcode, so only the person who is authorized to enter and access this information can do it. That is the purpose of confidentiality. Privacy, let's say that your patient or your medical records, once again, you should not be leaving them unattended. Confidentiality is that you are not going to be releasing the patient's information. So privacy and confidentiality are not the same. One is that I'm not allowed people to see the things that I'm doing here. The other one is not to release the information that it is contained within these medical records to an unauthorized person. You should not release this information. You should relay this information from the patient if your coworker or with the medical doctor, the ones that are taking care of the patient, they should know about what's going on with the information that the patient have, relayed to you. Otherwise, you should not be disclosing no information. Disclosing information without the patient's authorization is violation of HIPAA, privacy rule and confidentiality. Privacy means also that when you we've been asked to do a procedure to a patient, then if you have curtains, you have to pull them close. If you don't have curtains, then you have to leave the room and close the door. Means knocking the door before you enter the doctor's office or the patient who is, ready for the procedure. That's privacy. Giving the patient a gown to prevent the patient from being exposed. Because that's what we're doing by closing the curtains, by closing the door. Should not be releasing information to anyone. That is confidentiality. So these are the two major things: privacy, confidentiality. So leaving the medical records, paper-based medical records on top of the desk of the doctor, and the doctor is not there, anybody can go there and look at the medical records. Patients should not be going there and opening their own medical records. Oh, what do you mean? Wait a minute. I'm not allowed to see my own medical records? No, you cannot. This is a medical records that belongs to the office. The information is yours. But we are not allowing to see and read because you're not going to understand what is written because everything is in medical terms. So if you don't understand that, you're going to have too many questions. Now you're going to be asking about this and about that, and now we have to respond to things that we don't know how to actually address, and we're going to waste too much time for that. Now, the patient wants a copy of the medical record. Oh, yeah, the patient can get it. That's a totally different issue. So when we get into medical records, we're going to talk about that, because we're going to talk about privacy, confidentiality, security of the medical records, whether they're paper-based or whether they are computerized. But because it's here, we have to talk about that all the time, because these are questions that you're going to have in your exam. So the patient comes into your office, the patient is telling you some medical conditions. What is the violation of HIPAA if you release this information to someone who's not taking care of the patient? If a family member calls you and asks you, oh, what was the diagnosis of my husband, my wife, my daughter, my son? You're not supposed to be relieving this information at all. Not in person, not over the phone, not at all. You have to have a document, a release of information format that you have to complete and sign in front of the medical people. It's not that, hey, this is Mr. Hoyer. Can you please give information to the person who's going to go there? That doesn't work that way. Oh, Mr. Hoyer, can you please come to the office whenever you have, whenever you're available, whenever you have the chance, and you have to sign a release of information form, okay? That's a legal document that you have to sign before I can release this information. Oh, no, but it's my husband, just give it. No, sorry, I cannot do it. So you have to sign that document, please. That's it. You're not gonna do it. And you're not gonna release information to no one. We will talk about that in more detail when we get to medical records. So again, very important to be a little discreet when you talk to your patients. Remember, sometimes they might say something sensitive, and you are talking over the phone, and people are, in the surrounding area. People are right there in front of the desk at that time, being taken care of by someone else, or just the waiting area. And if you're speaking too loud, then they're gonna hear that the person who's calling wants to be seen for this condition or something else. You don't want to release that information because that's violation of HIPAA. Do not mention names, particularly when you're receiving this information. So they told you their name, so you're only going to recall the name when you need it. But if they tell you something, don't repeat back everything, because if you don't give patients information, other information can be said, because this is a public place in the waiting area. You can just run away and go answer the phone somewhere else. But you have to keep your tone of voice low, particularly when there are personal information involved. Like, what is your social security, please? And then remember, somebody else can, get your social security, get your name, and it can do something that then the patient is going to be paying the price. Somebody can steal the patient's information. So for that reason, we keep the information from the patient confidential, because there are certain information that should not be released to anyone. Never use a speakerphone to retrieve messages or just to listen to the phone call. Put them in speaker. You're violating the patient's privacy and confidentiality. So we got to be really careful with that. Remember, a speaker allows other people to listen what's being said. And we don't want to put that patient in that situation. This is not a family gathering or a family reunion that we're talking to someone that is far away and trying to, you know. So no, that's not the way it works. So privacy, confidentiality. Privacy and confidentiality are 100% questions for exams. So later on, we're going to talk about, HIPAA, and you're going to find out, that this is the, organization that manages or controls patients' confidentiality, privacy, security. So the information that we have from the patient needs to be secure, not only private and confidential, but secure, that nobody else can steal it, can use it, because it's the patient's information and it's very sensitive. Oh, thinking ahead. Have the patient's chart or bill at hand before dealing with the phone. So these are for patients that are established. So let's say that a patient established and the patient calls because the patient needs to make an appointment. The patient needs results. The patient needs a referral. So whether you are going to answer all the questions or not, you have to have the medical record ready, because you have to pass the message that you collect with the patient, that you're going to place it on top of the medical record and give it to the doctor. So that's basically what it is. It says right there, write down a list of questions or goals for the conversation. So it's not that you're going to write down every single thing, because you don't know what is the complaint. You don't know what is the issue, right? So you're just going to write down the message. Later on, we're going to see what exactly you should ask the patient, how to write down the message. Something that it has to be very brief, concise, meaning to the point, very short, but it has the information that we need. It's not a summary. So it's not an essay that we're going to write down. This is just few things that is going to fit in a little piece of paper, so in a message note. So that's basically what it is. So depends on what is the needs of the patient or the complaint of the patient, then we usually have a list of things, procedures, referrals, medical doctor's numbers, supply numbers. So whenever the supplier calls or we have to call them, we have a list of all these people that we are continuously calling or receiving or getting services from. So that's basically what it is. So before we are planning to do something, if I'm planning to call my patient to reschedule them, to give information about a referral, something else, I need to pick up their medical records. If it is computerized medical records, very simple. I should open the medical record in the computer and seeing what I'm seeing, and then I call the patient and tell the patient what I was direct to do. Remember, we don't change patients' schedule on our own. We don't give results on our own, nothing. Everything has to be directed by the medical doctor. Someone has to tell you, this is what you have to do. If you want to take a message because the doctor is not available, or this is not something that the patient has to talk directly with the doctor, so then you will take a message, but you have to have the medical records in front of you to know exactly who's the patient, to verify the patient's information over the phone. Remember, this is like the patient coming into your office face to face. By the way, Mr. and Mrs. Smith, is your address still the same? Your medical insurance? Oh, yes. Oh, no, now I changed my medical insurance. Oh, I move now, or I'm planning to move next week. So by the time that I go there, I'm going to be living in a different place. So you have to keep information up to date. So you have to be ready every single time that you do something. It's like if you're going to go to any places and you need to take the train. Well, you need to have a metro card. You need to have money to pay for transportation and the expenses that you're going to have when you go there. So the same happens when we have to call the patients, or if the patient calls in. Can you give me a second? Let me pull out your chart, your medical records. Because you need to know exactly who the patient is, because you don't need to ask every single question, because the patients do not know. When you open the medical records for the patient, you immediately know patient's name, patient last name. You confirm now that this is the patient that you're talking to. And then you ask other questions or just allow the patient to tell you. You want to ask questions regarding what is the issue of the call, what is the reason for the call, just to make sure that you clarify what are they calling for. So that's basically what it is. So we have to be prepared. And when you take the message, once again, you're going to be leaving the message on top of the medical records, if it is paper-based medical records, or we have another way of leaving the messages in an incoming message for that particular doctor or that nurse or whoever is this message going to be delivered. Who is the recipient of this message? So that's how we do it. So you had to learn, you had to actually be in the practice, know the practice policies. Ask your office manager, the nurse in charge, or the doctor how you handle the calls, how you handle messages after you taken them. Because every office has a different, way of doing things. They might be similar in some ways. Some of the things differ from one office to the next. You just get familiar. Incoming calls. So we have outgoing and incoming calls. So incoming, every call that comes to our office. So we need to have techniques. Said right here, always answered by the third ring. Well, that is not true anymore. So you're gonna answer the phone by the second or third, mostly by the second. I'm gonna put second or third, but the answer for your exams is gonna be the second ring. Now, think about this. It will preferably be to answer the first time that the phone rings, but you're not always available. You might be doing something else. By the time that you reach the phone, well, more than one ring has passed by. Or you're talking to someone else on the line and another call comes in. So you need to know how to address that. But again, for your exam, they're gonna ask you how many rings you have to wait until you answer the phone in your office, the second one. If you don't have the second, then the option is the third ring, but Back in the days, it was the third ring, now it's the second. So if you have another call, remember, you're gonna place those calls on hold, but you gotta make sure that you tell the person that you're talking to that it's not an emergency, because if it is an emergency, you have to keep on stay on the phone. So if the person is not having an emergency, then you would put them on hold, but you do not just put them on hold. You make sure that you ask permission. Ms. Smith, I have another call coming in, so I'm gonna put you on hold, okay? Wait until the person say yes, or do you rather me to call you back? So that's basically what it is. And the same you do with other one. Then the patient say, that's okay. Then, no, I hold. Then you put them on hold, and then you pick up the other call, or then you talk to the person who is right next to you, waiting for you to answer their questions. And you're gonna tell the other person, hi, how you doing? How can I help you? Oh, I just need to make an appointment. Oh, sure, not a problem. Can you please sign here in this sheet, and then, I'll be right with you. I'm having another call right here, but I'm acknowledging you. Now, if this person has an issue, a serious issue, then you go back again to the person that you have on hold, and you're gonna tell them, listen, I have another person right here, another caller that's having an emergency. I'm gonna be calling you back, or you want me to call you back? Because you know have to do something. You can't just ignore people. That's what is important, to put the pencil on hold, listen to the other call. If it is not an emergency, you do exactly the same that you do with the person that you have online. Hi, Mr. and Mrs. Smith. If it's not an emergency, you ask them if they can call you back, or you can call them back. So you ask for name and phone number, and you're gonna call them back when you finish, and you have to do it. So that's basically how everything works. See, when I call some offices, they pick up the phone, said, oh, blah, 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 blah. Can you hold? That's the last thing that I heard. I said, oh, what was that? I don't even know what office was that, but blah, 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 please hold. And next thing I know, please hold, this boom, phone is, they hang up. Oh, well, according to they put me on hold. That's not how you answer the calls. You have to first listen to them. You can introduce yourself, your office, yourself, ask the person's name and what is the reason of the call. Then if it's not an emergency, now you know what to do. Because if you have something else, but if you have nothing else to do, then you continue talking to the patient. So it said right here, make certain that the call is not an emergency, because that's basically what it is. We got to make sure that if the call is not an emergency, then, I can put it on hold. But you do not put on hold someone that's having an emergency. Or you put someone on hold that is not an emergency, but the other call that is coming in is an emergency. So you're gonna make sure that you go back, you excuse yourself with this person who's having an emergency, says, I have another caller, but I'll be right back to you. Let me tell the other person. And then you tell the other person that you're gonna call them back, or if they prefer to call you back, because you have the information. That's when you take a message. You have the name of the person, last name, and you have their phone number, just in case I get disconnected. So we always get that information prior to anything. Can I have your name, please? Sure. Your last name. Contact number. Just in case we get disconnected, I can get back to you. See, that's showing respect, professionalism, care. And whenever you stay with the patient, you're going to keep your focus on the call, just with the person that is with you, not doing something else or entertain yourself with something else. See, something that many of the offices do, never answer by stating, please hold. You shouldn't do that. What if the person that is calling is having an emergency? You might think, oh, how do I know? Well, you will not know until you ask. And the problem is that if you do not ask, and this patient was asking having an emergency and something happened to the patient, they're going to go to those phone records and they're going to see that this person was on a call and was calling the office, and the office didn't just didn't respond, didn't pick up, or put them on hold. So we get in trouble. Think about that. So never answer the phone by stating please hold without verifying that the patient is able to hold. Remember, if just because the patient says no does not imply that you have to keep on talking to them. If I have something more serious dealing with, not more important, serious, well, you have to give the patient choice. I don't want to be put on hold. Who wants to be put on hold? And that's why these people don't even let you say anything. Says, oh, can you please hold? They don't want to give you the chance. Because now probably I'm going to say no. What are you going to do? No, because you're going to tell them that you have something else that is a priority. Unfortunately, that's how it is. And you're going to give them the option to hold or to call back, or you want us to call them back. So that's how it works. Any questions about incoming calls or any other of the techniques for answering the phone? Remember, you should be answering the phone by the second ring. Remember, you should not just be putting on hold the patient. You have to ask first to the patient or the client, I'm going to put you on hold. That's it. Sometimes we're not waiting for a yes or no. You're telling them. You're not asking, said, oh, do you want me to put you on hold? That's a different issue. We never ask that. Okay, do you want me to put you on hold? Well, who's going to say yes? You're going to tell them that you have, a priority call, and, you give them the choices, whether they wanted to hold or they want to be called back, or you want to call back. That's how all this works. You're going to do your best. That's it. Some things are going to be, very difficult to control, but that's how it goes. That's what it's called, telephone etiquettes, these policies. And some people don't follow them. And still, it doesn't happen much. But in the medical, it's very serious because it's the health of the patient that we are dealing with. And if it is something serious and something happened to them, that's going to backfire to us. Again, when you are, receiving these calls, identify the facility. Say, where are you receiving the call from? I'm telling you, I have called places and they don't tell what the facility is. They don't even tell who they are. I have to ask them. That's something that they should do. They should say, before me asking them. So you're gonna use the greeting of, your telephone greeting. It's not that you're gonna allow, gonna go to an answering machine. That's not what I'm talking about. So we have some procedures, some policies in our office, how to answer the phone. But most importantly, you have to learn it from this class. So this is doctor's A, B, C, D office. My name is Alberto. How can I assist you today? How can I help you? How can I direct your call? There are so many ways of asking or presenting or greeting your clients. That's going to give good image to your office. You're not kind of coaching them or in a hurry, if you will. It's like you are there for the person who's calling at that time. Just identifying that I'm calling this place and this is the place that I'm calling, I feel good already. Not just because I'm talking to someone. Yeah, wow, someone live is talking to me. But now I know that it says, oh, this is doctor's A office. That's the doctor that I'm calling right now. So I got through. So I'm kind of relieved. And that happened to us because remember, with today's technology, they always put us to hold with these answering services machines. So once again, remember you have to salute these people. Good morning, good afternoon, Mr., Mrs. How can I help you? How can I assist you? How can direct or address your call? Or just what is the reason for the call? But we always tend to say, how can I help you? How can I help you? It's like automatically comes out. I don't like to use the word help you. Usually I like to assist you. Or how may I address your call? It sounds a little more polite versus this is like, oh, okay, what do you need? Oh, what do you want? Can you imagine? So what do you want? What are you calling for? It's kind of rude, right? Like I'm, you know, causing you some trouble because I'm calling. So be careful with all that. Identify the caller. Remember, you have to identify yourself. Hi, good morning or good afternoon. This is Dr. A's office, Alberto speaking. How can I assist you? Now, who's calling? Of course, we have to identify and we have to write the name down. Some names are difficult to be pronounced. So sometimes you might ask the patient to repeat that for you. Maybe to spell it out. Because when you start entering the information in the system, you might not know exactly who that is. Remember, for the medical records, we just have to enter the first letters of the last name. And immediately the patients that are, starting with those letters are going to show up right there on your screen, or going to appear on your screen, and then you select the patient. But you have to have patient's name, last name, and date of birth if it does need it. But that's just to identify the patient completely if it is necessary. Otherwise, if we hear on the phone, we're just asking plain and simple. Remember, it says right there, repeat the caller's name often. That means that every single time that you're talking to them, you are addressing the patient by their names. When we say names, it's not the first name, it is the last name. Now it says, if the caller refuses to identify him or herself, what are you going to do? Well, the only way that we can transfer this information, the only way that I can assist you is I need a name. Of course, if it is a call that wants to be transferred, because some people don't want to say their names. They said, oh, no, I just want to talk to the doctor. Oh, I need you to identify, because the doctor needs to know who's calling them. They are right now seeing patients. I might have to take a message. So in general, very, very seldom people calls and they don't identify themselves. If for any reason they still refuse to give refuse to identify, then you call your office manager or the nurse or someone who's in charge. Again, you're gonna be very polite. Excuse me, ma'am, sir. I'm gonna get someone who can assist you better, okay? That's it. Why are you gonna keep on arguing with someone or trying to get something that they don't want to do it? So that's it. I explain you that I need your name. If you don't want to give it to me, that's not a problem. Let me get someone else that can assist you better. And the other person comes is gonna ask you the same. That's it. So what are you gonna do? Well, or you leave your name, or there is no message, there is no call. We are not obliged to take care of people who are not identifying themselves. That's not how it works. How can I call to an office for something and then they ask me what is your name? I said, no, I don't want to give you my name. So then this an anonymous call or something like that. Well, it doesn't work. How can I help someone that I don't know who is it? How can I pass a call directly to the doctor who doesn't identify themselves? That's the reason why we are working in the front desk. So we can kind of prioritize, select whose calls can be transferred to the doctor directly, whose calls we can try to, handle ourselves, or which calls do we need to take a message. Most of the time, you do not pass the call to the medical doctor. Later on, I'm going to tell you which calls you should transfer directly to the doctor and which ones you take a message or you try to solve the issue in the front desk. So that's how it works. Screening incoming calls. So you have to screen incoming calls. What is screening? Is, documenting, taking notes, the name of the person, what is the reason, and so on and so forth. And who took the call, of course. See, here it says when it's kind of identify who's calling and what is it that you're supposed to do. Which ones will you take a message? Which one will you address yourself or someone else in the front desk, the office manager, the nurse, or the billing department, or whose calls are going to be transferred to the doctor directly? See, calls from other physicians should go through. Hi, this is Dr. A. I need to speak to Dr. B. Sure, not a problem. Can you hold on for a second? I'm going to transfer your call. Simple. Now, this is the thing. When you work in an office, policies, I know, the doctor is going to tell you before a doctor calls you, unless this is a doctor that you send them for a referral, and they will tell you when it is doctor that is calling and it's not a friend of the family, then, or a family member, then they will tell you, oh, this is Dr. A, and I'm the cardiologist. I'm calling Dr. B regarding Mr. and Mrs. Smith lab results, surgical procedure. Oh, that's the person that we send the patient, we refer the patient. So we pass these people because we can't just tell them, oh, no, you want to leave a message? Well, that doesn't work because it's very important. Between medical professionals, you pass them through. What I was trying to tell you is every single time that, doctors, particularly in your office, they will tell you that particular day ahead of hand. I'm expecting a call from my daughter, my wife, blah, 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 a family member, or a family member is coming. But since we're talking about phone calls, they're going to tell you. So as soon as I'm expecting a call from my brother, my sister, this particular doctor, they give you the name, they give you what is the relation to them. And then when they call, you're going to have it right there. So you're going to pass these calls through. Oh, he's expecting your call. Sure, doctor, A, B, C, D. Or if they said, I'm the son, the daughter, you're going to pass them through. But most of the time, the doctor lets you know ahead of time. I'm going to have family member, my daughter, my wife, my ex, whoever calling today. But if it is a family member, if it is a physician, a colleague, you put them through. So this is the time that you are going to put them through. Now, because here it says, unless the policy manual requires other actions. Now, once again, for exam purposes, in reality, that's how it happens. So physicians, colleagues, or referring physicians or family members, calls goes through. So you tell them, can you please hold? I'm going to transfer you. That's it. You're not asking more questions. They tell you, they identify who they are, put the call through. If it is not, then immediately you are going to take a message. Or if it is for the billing department or if it is for the nurse, then you are going to, transfer these calls to them. Because these are calls that you cannot answer. You don't know what it is. If it is the billing department, that's it. They have questions about billing. I don't know anything about billing because I don't have the documentation in front of me. I do not work in the billing department, so you just transfer them. The same when they talk about, personal calls. Somebody calls asking for you. Well, if you're there, I'm just going to pass the call. That's it. Because these are personal calls, even though personal calls should not be occurring in this setting, but because we have cellular phones and things like that, but you never know, an emergency, a situation that goes, so we do certain things. Identify the caller always in any situation. If you're going to transfer a call to the doctor directly, you need to know who's the caller. Oh, a doctor is wants to talk to you. What doctor is it? Oh, you have a doctor. You have a doctor on the phone. What doctor is that? So you ask them what names are. So this is Dr. Adams from cardiology. Oh, yeah. No problem. So when they receive the call, they know exactly who they're talking to. It's kind of, an easy transition for the calls. See, you're going to determine who should receive the call. I talked to that about it. If it is for the billing department, you don't know how to answer questions for billing, you transfer to the billing department. If it is for the nurse, well, you're going to transfer to the nurse. It's the office manager, you're going to do for the office manager. So that's basically what it is. Now, if you have to take a message, because most of the time, remember, if it's not, doesn't meet the criteria, or transferring the calls directly, then you have to take a message. But the message has to be very accurate. So we're going to see what elements are included in a message. So it's very important that we know what is included. Now, you don't even need to know it. The message note, it says right there, it's written right there. Caller's name, boom, no, you know. Then it has date and time. The date that you're receiving the call or you took the message, the time, because all this is very important. Can you imagine you took the message 3 days ago and you just giving me the message? That's not good. Or do like we do at home. Somebody calls and says, oh, is Mr. Hoyer there? No, it's not. That's what my son did. The call over the phone when we used to have, the landline says, no, my dad's not here. Okay, thank you. They didn't ask who that was and what was the reason of the call. No, that's something that you should do, even though if you're at home. How are you going to deliver a message? Then when I came back or something like that, or I happened to see my son, I said, hey, did anybody call me? Says, oh, sometimes says no, sometimes says, oh, someone called. What was the name? I don't know. What do you mean? Oh, I didn't ask. Can you imagine doing that in your office? That doesn't sound good, right? That might be something important. Sometimes he didn't even tell me anything because I didn't ask. And 1 week later, 3 days later, I encountered the person or they called me other ways and they said, oh, well, listen, I called you home. You weren't there. That was like, oh, when? Oh, that was like 3 days ago. Oh, yeah, I believe that, your son answered the call. But that's probably something important. We need to get that information. But in your workplace, it's a must. This is not a choice. Has to be documented. Every single interactions with your patients needs to be documented because it's illegal and it's used for legal matters. We will talk about law and ethics, what happens when we do not document and something happens. Then we are in trouble. In medical, we have an old saying says, if you didn't document it, you didn't do it, or it didn't happen. And that is true. You go buy something at the store, they didn't give you the receipt, or you didn't, or you lost the receipt, what are you going to do? If you're going to return it or if you want to do something, how can you prove that you actually have that item or you purchased that? No, you need proof. If you're going to return something nowadays and if you don't have the receipt, then you won't be able to return it. You would not get reimbursed. So this is a legal, once again, legal document. So we must take notes. We must document it. It says right here, cultivate a reputation for being helpful and reliable. Well, helpful means that you are assisting me appropriately and that you are reliable, that I can count on you, that you're taking the message the way that you're supposed to, and that you're relaying this message to me as soon as you get it or as soon as I'm available. So just follow the policies in your policy manual. There is always policies in your department, in your office, how to do things, how your office do things, because that's the most important thing. If we don't follow the policies, remember, this is not the policies that you create, the policies that you bring from another office. These are the policies for that particular organization where you are currently working, and you have to do it. That's it. Remember, if things you do not follow the policies of your organization, then you're in trouble. Because this is the people that hires you, this is the people that is paying you. Minimizing wait time. Well, now think about this. We are not in the waiting area. We are on the line with the patient. So you're gonna ask the caller if he or she prefers to wait. Remember, we are not gonna put them on hold without asking. And now, if they prefer, if they decide that they want you to call, they want to call back, or they want to call you, we got to gather the information: name, last name, telephone number where they can contact them. And as soon as you get that information, as soon as you get available, then you have to return their call. So you're taking a message. Now you're gonna call them back. If that's you that has to call. If it is for the doctor, for the nurse, because they weren't available at that time, well, then you're gonna pass it to them and you're gonna remind them. Oh, doctor, Mr. Mrs. Smith call, and they wanna call back. That's it. You give it to them, it's their responsibility, not yours. But if it is you, the one who has to return the call, that is you. If it is the nurse, you tell the nurse. Here it is message, nurse A. This patient call, this client call, they need a call back. If they don't do it, that is not your job, because the message, when you wrote it down and you give it to them, has a date and a time and your initials. Now, it says right here, give the caller an estimate as to the length of time he or she will have to wait. This is like the answering services. If you have other person talking to you and you just start talking to them, well, it's going to take a little while. That's what we offer the patient, a callback. That's basically what it is. Some people rarely wait. Sometimes I decide to wait instead of callback. I have used the callback and I have good experiences because people have called me back. So sometimes I said, oh, no. Finally, I got this person on the phone and now I ready, to wait. But sometimes you just can't wait. So give me a call back. Yeah, you can call me back at this number, and I get my number. And I'm being lucky that they do call me back, except for the last call that I did on Friday. So I'm dealing with something in my building, planning to sell my apartment. I'm moving to Italy. So, I'm getting some information, and I talked to them like for the past 3 weeks, and the last one that I spoke to was last Friday, and it says, oh, I'm in the middle of a meeting, I'll call you back. But I know if you're in the middle of a meeting, what you are answering the phone, that's number one. Then, that's not being professional. So now I'm telling you my experiences because this is what happened all the time. But I'm not going to tell the person, I'm not going to be rude, and I'm not going to be, causing more delay for the return of the call by saying, Oh, wait a minute. What do you mean? You're in a meeting, and if you're in a meeting, what are you answering the call? Usually somebody else answers the call and it says, oh no, that person is in a meeting, because that's the excuse that they always make. Today is Wednesday. I haven't received the call, and they said I'll call you back, and that was on Friday. So I'm waiting to see for how long it's going to be. So I gotta be patient. It's not like I'm in a hurry to do that. I'm moving anyways, but now in December I'm gonna go. I check some areas that I want, and that's it. Give the caller an estimate as we talk about that. Thank the patient for waiting. Usually we don't do that. See, we have to thank the patient every single time that they come to the office. Thank you, Mr. Smith, for coming. Have a wonderful day. Have a wonderful evening. Wonderful weekend. See you next time. So you're making them feel welcome. You're making them feel like you want to see them again. Why? Because it's supposed to be part of you. That's courtesy, not just being professional. That's part of who you are. That's how we should be. Even though the policies tell you that should come from you. I thank anyone that I get in contact with, whether I get what I was looking for or I didn't get it. Thank you for having me. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for the favor. I appreciate this. I appreciate that. So with your clients, I do the same. Remember, every single time that you draw blood from the patient, that you do an EKG, you send them to the waiting area and you tell them, oh, thank you very much for coming. See you next time. See you next week, or see you when I see you. They feel really good. I feel really good when someone acknowledges you. It's the same as when you approach the office. Good morning, good afternoon, Mr., Mrs. How can I assist you? After introduce, if you are in the office, you need to introduce yourself. Most definitely. You don't introduce your office. It's over the phone. So giving an estimated time of waiting, that sometimes is not possible. So sometimes, you just kind of assume, but then it's going to look really bad. And for that reason, we ask the patients if they prefer a callback. You just do your best. If the patient decides to wait, how long it's going to take? Well, you assume and just compare with the time that have taken you other calls. Depends of the need. Whether it's an emergency, if there is an emergency, you must definitely tell the patient, I'm having an emergency with another patient, so it's going to take some time. So I rather call you back, and I have your number, your contact number, if you have not got these numbers yet. So that's basically what it is. Okay. Oh my goodness, time for break. So let's take a break. It's 7:07. So let's come back at 7:40. Sounds good? I hope so. 7:40 it is. So we come back to 7:40. All right. Enjoy your break. See you then. 7:40.
Thank you.
Okay. Bye now. Okay, so we are back. I hope you guys enjoy your break as much as I did. Very short break, but hey, it's better than nothing.
I enjoy my break.
Yes, oh my God, we need it. Okay, so let's continue with this incoming calls. Techniques for incoming calls. Remember, we talked about asking permission to the patient to put them on hold. So again, this is a must. Let's talk about, oh, wait a minute, do we cover all this? Yeah. Hold the person the patient wishes to speak to and state that he call is being transferred. Now, if you are going to be directly transferring the call, remember, you call, well, let's go back to whatever I explained to you guys before. If the doctor or the person who's expecting a call has already told you we are expecting a call, so put it through, you already know. But you still, once again, you're gonna transfer the call, and when you transfer the call, you're gonna put the patient or the client on hold, and you're gonna tell them, can you please hold when I'm transferring you? And then you transfer them. But when the other person picks up the phone, you're gonna tell them, hey, Dr. A is on the line, your sister, your wife, your daughter, your son is on the line. So that's what you have to do. And they will decide if that call they want to take it or not. Most of the time, these calls they take it. But if for any reason they decide not to, if it is not a family member, if it is not a physician, if it is not something really important, believe me, they might not take the call and they're going to ask you to take a message. So that's exactly what you're going to do. Otherwise, you're just going to transfer the call. Always send the call, transfer the call to someone who knows or who can give a varied answer to the questions that they have. Remember, sometimes we don't know what is it that the patient is referring to. We are not sure about it, or we are not allowed to tell them anything. Then we transfer the call to someone that can help them. But now, without first asking if we can take a message or we can call them back. Because remember, we need to know whether the other person can accept this transfer call. You can transfer a call directly. That's what I meant. So that's basically what it is. So how do you take a phone message? So this is an incoming call. Someone is calling. So this person is not going to be transferred to talk directly to the person that they're wishing to talk to. So the first thing that you're going to do after you introduce the office, introduce yourself, and tell them who you are, your title, then you're going to offer them an assistance. Then you're going to tell them the person that they're trying to contact is not available, or if there is something you cannot answer and nobody is available there, then you're going to take a message. So you're going to tell them, I'm going to take a message, and they're going to call you back. Name of the person calling. That's got to be the first thing that you do. May I have your name, please? First name, last name. There is no need for day of birth. No, it's just name and last name. Phone number. You must have a contact number where you can call them back. Can you imagine? I have your name and all the stuff, but I don't have your contact number. What are you going to do now? What if it is not someone who we have records from? So not good. What is the person that they need to talk to? Or who is this message intended to go to? So that's basically what it is. The reason for the call, it has to be very, very brief. What is the reason for the call? Oh, I need my blood results. I need to know if, my referral is ready or when my procedure is going to take place. What procedure are we talking about? So patient wants to know about this particular procedure or this particular test or whatever the case might be, or medication. They were calling for medication refill. So then we give the message to the doctor, and then we have to call them to tell them, that the medications are ready in the pharmacy that we already called. So actions to be taken now to call them back or to make, ask the doctor to call or the nurse to call. That's the actions to be taken. See, they want them to be called back. So that's important. They are canceling an appointment or making an appointment, but there is no space, no space available when they can do it. So we are going to confirm to them whether you can come to the office because you're going to talk to the doctor, right? In another time and, just walk in and make sure that, that you give this information. Day and time of the call, very important. We need to know who called, at what time the call was made, and the date. Again, the initials of the person who took the message. What if something happens? We need to know who took the message. So that's the person that we're going to discuss what was said, what was the reason if something happens. So there is always little discrepancies between the patient and the message and the person who took the message. Oh, no, that's not what I said. I said this and that. And then if I have recorded, then, it's documented. You can't just make things up. Sometimes patients change their minds, so they think that they said when they didn't say it. Remember, we have elderly patients. We have patients that are very stressed out, very upset, very sad. So sometimes they said things and then actually that's not what they meant. And unfortunately, well, we have to go over those things. But if we don't know who took the message, then it's not going to be good. This is like when you draw blood, so you do an EKG. We need to know who did the procedure. So if we have questions about the procedure, who did it, when was done, and so on and so forth, and what happened during the procedure, what happened to the patient, how the patient was reacting to it, or whatever incidents you probably went through, or if the blood was wrong collected, or the EKG was not done properly, well, we know who to ask and what was the reason, what happened. So that's basically what it is. So we have to have this information. So it's very simple. It's not, once again, writing a summary or an essay. It's just simple things. It has to be brief, but clear message, concise. So here it is someone taking a message. So writing down a message because it's over the phone with someone. So that's basically what it is. C, avoid taking message in those little post-its that you see on the back or in the front of this shelf, because sometimes some offices uses that, like, hey, listen, somebody call and leave this message because you don't have a message notes to take the message. But in an office, medical office, you must have it. In a real office, you should have it. This post-it gets dismissed, and then in certain ways, it's not considered a serious professional presentation, if you will. So in the court of law, you're going to show post-its over there. They're going to say, oh, who's running the office? This is not professional. Because first of all, you have to enter all the information. Patient's name, day, and time. You don't have all those windows there. You have to actually write it down. Reason for the call. contact number, and whatever other information plus your initials. So usually it is kind of too small deposited to do all that. So it's better to have a message notepad so we can actually do this in a professional way. And the medical field has to be the way, because this is a legal document. If you end up with the court of law with these post-its or little notes here and there, and it's not going to look really good. So again, taking actions on a phone message, make certain that the phone message receive a follow-up. Now, you got to make sure that the person who is intended to receive this message, they receive the message. Sometimes putting these messages right there and the incoming messages is not enough. So we as medical assistants, we must remind the person that they have a message over there. So don't assume that, that they went through the message box, the incoming message box. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes they are so busy. So we remind them. When we talk about medical records, we're going to discuss that because remember, you as a medical assistant, sometimes you have to remind the doctors that the medical records has not been signed. You have 24 hours to sign them up. So then not good. So you have to follow up. Now, you have to tell the patient if you are asked or you are being delegated to call the patient, well, you have to have an answer, right? Or you're not going to call the patient to say, oh, well, usually the patient calls the office because you did not return their calls. So that's basically what it is. So make sure that you take this message, you place it in the incoming messages, but still, if you don't hear from them during that time period, then you go there and say, oh, they have not picked up the message. Just tell them, oh, doctor, nurse, don't forget to check your inbox, or you actually take the message when you see them available and personally hand them to them. Because once again, we are so busy running with patients, doing this and that. So sometimes we don't have time or we just forget. And, that's what we're there for, to assist in whatever is needed. It says right here, never trust memory alone for follow-up on message. That doesn't work, remember. Memory is very short-term. So you remember at this moment, remember how many times my computer has shut down because I just forget to plug it in. Because I cannot trust my memory because I get caught up giving my classes and I focus on whatever I'm doing, not thinking about here or there, nothing, not even my phones are around here. Well, I have them just to check the time, but they are in silent. I'm not picking up on them all the time. I don't need to. I'm focusing on whatever I'm doing. As soon as I get distracted, I'm going to forget the whole story and I'm not going to know where I was. So that's not good. And that's not being professional. I devote myself to you in this moment because you are to be the focus of my attention, teaching this class or whatever else I'm doing. So can you imagine I'm teaching this class, but I'm entertained doing something else? That's not good. That's not professional. And that's not the way that you should be handling any of these online classes. Neither you're going to do the same with your patients, ignoring their calls, or, oh, well, I took a message, but I gave it to them. If they don't want to call you, that's not a problem. Well, it's not that it's going to be a problem. It's just that it's better than, because we know that they are busy all the time. We will remind them that there is a message there because we need to follow up. Never tell the patient, oh, we're going to call you in 20 minutes and 10 minutes. There is no time length. You shouldn't promise anything. Because remember, the patient is going to be sitting at home and it's going to be in front of the phone or the clock or the watch checking. Oh, 10 minutes now. Oh, they didn't call me. I had to call the office. So whenever you tell them something, because they definitely going to do it, you bet. Isn't it true that see someone tell you, I'm going to call you at this time, you're going to be there waiting for the call? Yes, you are. Yes, you will, because that's exactly what they told you they're going to do. So you're going to be there waiting for that call. And if they don't call you, then you get upset. And then you're going to be calling them back, says, hey, you were supposed to be calling me and you told me that you're going to call me in 10 minutes and I was there and it's already 15 minutes, 20 minutes and you didn't call me. So don't give no time. That's the same with the patients who arrives at the waiting area to be seen. Don't tell them, oh, the doctor is going to be seeing you soon, or 5 minutes, 10 minutes, because the patient is going to be in your face. Patient is going to be right there asking you, hey, you told me that the doctor is going to be seeing me soon. What's going on? It's been more than 10 minutes. You told me 5 minutes. So you told me soon. And I see patients coming in and out and they don't call me. So wrong thing to do. So don't give times, because when you give times, then you have to meet those timelines. And if you don't, then you're in trouble. Now you're a liar. They don't trust you anymore. So again, you're gonna learn in this class, because this is how it goes. This is the real world. I work as a medical assistant, not that I was in the front desk working with patients, but I'm as a medical doctor. I'm being in an office that is close to the waiting area, and I hear all these patients complaining about all the things that I'm telling you. And then, I try to fix things. And sometimes the only way to fix it is getting rid of the medical assistant who's not doing their job. And that's because you do not want to follow the policies. You think that by just telling the patient something, oh, we're going to see you soon, or everything is going to be okay, you just fix the problem. That is not how it's fixed. Because you know that to see the patient earlier than anticipated is not your decision. It doesn't depend on you. It's the medical doctor, and there are other people who are waiting over there. So in this case, we have to make sure that we take the message. We do not promise them that we are going to return the call immediately or in 5 minutes, 10 minutes, any of that. Tell them that when the doctor is available, you're going to give the message to the doctor or the person that they want. And when they are available, they're going to call. But then we're going to be there to remind them, just to make sure that everything works fine, nice. So the person has your name. Remember, you were the one who took the message. And then they're going to say, hey, you actually gave the message to the doctor or you didn't. So now I'm blaming you because you're the one who took the message. So I'm going to assume that you never, gave this message to the person that I sent the message to. So establish a follow-up procedure to ensure that messages are not missed and the follow-up conducted on each message is done. So that's what we do. You got to make sure that we have policies, but you do not create the policies. We have a policy manual. We have the policies of the organization. How are you going to go about messages? How are you going to go about incoming calls, out calls, and so on and so forth? How do you establish follow-ups for procedures, appointments, exams, tests, whatever is going on? So we need to have something established already. So not everybody's doing whatever they feel like it and giving wrong information to the patients, but everybody's going to follow a standardized protocol. That's going to make the office function almost normal, because everybody doing whatever they want, that doesn't look good, and it's definitely not going to work. Ending a call. So whenever the call is done, well, you can just say, well, we're done. That's it. And I'm going to hang up. No. Stick to business during the call. What it means by that? Well, that you have to keep the conversation related to whatever the patient's issues are. Don't deviate from this conversation. Don't start talking about your things or just move on to another subject or topic, because that's going to take, first of all, too much time. Second of all, you don't need all that. Getting involved other issues, just the issue that you're dealing with is enough. So that's basically what it is. Do not deviate to personal issues, to anything else, or just to change the subjects. Stick whatever, issues you are dealing with, and that's it. Once again, here explains a little more. Do not encourage chit chat, just to maintain a friendly attitude. Oh yeah, what about you? What about, oh, where you planning to go? Vacation? Oh, well, it is summertime. Oh, it is wintertime. Oh, well, it is a holiday. Holidays are coming. What we're gonna do? What are you gonna do? Blah, 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 blah. No, this is not a friendly conversation. This is a business conversation. And you don't want to spend time. And if they start asking you other things, personal things, patients sometimes get engaged in all these situations, well, you shouldn't. That's why you got to be just straight to business. Ask the pertaining questions that is it related to whatever they are calling about. But anything else that is not related, forget about it. This is not your friend. This is not someone that you're going to be talking there for half an hour, an hour. No, straight to business. That's it. And before the patient, we end the call. Remember, you're always gonna ask them if they have any further questions, or if they can assist them in any other way. Now, in certain ways, I would kind of, if it is related to whatever I'm explaining to them, I might kind of go and ask a little more. But if it's not, I don't want to open the door for, this adding more, conversation to the issue. I mean, jumping into another issue, because then, oh yeah, by the way, I also have this, or my mom had this, or my son. Can I make, well, because then that becomes a really, long conversation, and you don't want that. So usually, if it's not me that I'm giving instructions, and if they are just telling me something, I'm gonna try to leave it simple. So that's basically what it is. Unless it's an emergency, that's a different issue. Other than that, you just like, okay, so it seems like, we're done here. So I'm gonna pass the message. You will be expecting a call, and that's it. When you are about to finish or close the conversation, you gotta allow the patient to hang up the phone first. So that's part of the courtesy, that's part of the phone etiquette, because that's how it goes. Otherwise, it's gonna look like you are desperately wanting to finish the call. So in order for us to make sure that this, this closing of the conversation goes smoothly, what we're going to say is, particularly what I would say is, oh, well, thank you so much for calling. And, just remember, you're going to be expecting a call sometime. The doctor is going to be calling you. I'm going to, give them the message, and we go from there. So then the patient says, and thank you so much for calling the office, and have a good night. And then usually says, oh yeah, you too, whatever. Don't care about what answers they give you. You are being professional, and then let them hang up the phone. So that's basically what it is. It will be a little rude if you do it, because once again, they might think that you just want to get rid of them right away. So It says right here, replace the handset on the cradle gently. What is that? Because when you hang up, like you were disgusted or you were upset or something like that, you kind of throw the phone over there. And if the person hasn't hung up the phone yet, they're going to feel like, oh, wait a minute. This person weren't too happy talking to me. So that's going to change the whole dynamics of the conversation just at the end of the conversation. So you're going to be very, gentle, very nice, as, like normal, like nothing happens. Like you are not upset about anything, regardless of whether you are or not, because it's not cool. That's one of the reasons also why we want the patient to hang up the phone first, because after we hang up, well, they're not going to hear anything, right? So that's being professional. Any questions about ending a phone call or anything that we have discussed about phone technique up to now? Retaining records of telephone message. Now, again, retaining. So we retain medical records. We retain lab results. We retain the official reading from all these imaging reports. So we retain, but for how long are we gonna retain them? That's basically what it is. Well, we have to have a policy in our office. Remember, we have to have a standardized policy for everything. So we're just gonna follow that. So how do you follow your office procedures? You look at the policy manual. Remember, you always gonna remember that you're gonna always follow the policies of your organization, because that's what's gonna tell you. In the policies manual, that's when you're gonna find all the regulations. Whatever is done or whatever you have to follow in this particular procedure, whether it's answering the phone, whether it's drawing blood, or whether it's doing an EKG, or assisting the doctor with a procedure, or calling for for insurance verification, you still have to follow some policies, and you're gonna find it in this manual, policy manual. So that's basically what it is. So it said right here, many offices keep messages for the same amount of time records are kept. So remember, this is a legal document. So if actually the medical records, we are talking about paper-based medical records, are supposed to be retained for a period of 7 to 10 years. Each state has their own regulations, but this is the more standardized retaining period of time. So remember, you're gonna see it when we go back to medical records for the next the upcoming module. So for now, remember, I'm gonna be repeating this. Most of the information will be overlapping. So we're talking about messages, but for the messages, we also, because these are part of the legal conversation that we have from the patient, and it's recorded in these papers, and these can be used in the court of law. That's what is legal, and that's what it has to be, complete, has to be accurate. And well, we're going to keep it with the medical records. So they might be lasting the same period of time. So we're not going to get rid of these messages until the patient no longer comes to our office in 7 to 10 years after. So the last time that the patient came to this office was last week or last Monday. So last month it was like then 26, 27, 28. So 28th of October of 2024 was the last time that we saw the patient. When are we going to get rid of this medical record if it is paper-based? 7 to 10 years after that. It's not for the time that the patient is being seen as. No, it's from the last time that the patient stopped coming to our office. So Again, we're going to discuss that in medical records, but because of, the retention of these messages kind of follows the same policy, so we have to mention it. So once again, that's basically what we're going to do with this message. Remember, every single information in the patient medical records is considered legal. For that reason, if the patient has a lawsuit against the office, the doctor, whatever it is, medical records are going to be part of the proofs to determine whether, something was done wrongly or not. Keep messages path. Now, once again, we are going to have these messages book paths, right? Where we are writing the message. That's when we're going to take the message. So we're not going to do it in post-its, remember. It said right there, use message paths that makes a copy of the message. So that makes sense. Because a message is going to be delivered to the medical doctor, but we have to keep a copy on the medical records. Because if one is missed, maybe the other one we have it. So we're going to keep one in the booklet and the other one in the medical record. The original one goes to the medical record, and the copy, we keep it in the message path. That's what we're going to keep, the message paths. That's going to be legal case. If we lose the original one, we're still going to have the copy. So that's going to protect us in cases of legal issues. Okay, every single time that you call the patient for any reason, you try to reach the patient. You make 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on and so forth attempts to contact the patient, to return their calls unsuccessfully. Not a problem. You try, but you're going to document it. Every single time that you call, you're going to document it. Where are you going to document it? The patient's medical records, follow-ups. Follow-up appointment for this reason, for the surgical procedure, for the tests, for results, for just a follow-up visit with the doctor, examination, anything. For anything that you have to follow up, you call the patient and you document it. Today, October 30th, 2004, call the patient at this time. Call this patient because it's in the patient medical record. Call patient Mr., Mrs. And at this time, I left a voicemail or voice message, or the phone was disconnected. So whatever the case may be, you have to document what happened. Remember, that's why every single time the patient comes to our office, we kind of update the patient's information. Are you still living in the same address and you read the address to them, or you show the address on the screen or the paper? You still living at 2424 Dutch Boulevard, blah, 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 blah. Yes, no. Oh, no, I moved. Okay, what is your new address? Is your telephone still the same? Okay, still the same number. And you read it back to them. No, I just switched my phone. Oh, by the way, I lost my phone and now I have a different number. Or I'm using my son, my husband, my whatever. They don't have the same number. You have to update that information. Insurance, the same. See, I just happened to come across one video on YouTube, and it was so funny because I was thinking about that because I was going to teach this class. And a patient goes to the medical office and the receptionist asks, okay, may I have your insurance card, please? She said, oh, you should have in file. I said, yes, but I need to see your insurance because I need to verify whether your insurance is active or not. Oh, no, I don't want to give it to you. I said, well, then I'm going to call the next patient. That's how it is. You do not move on. You do not omit to ask for something that is needed. Because if the patient doesn't have coverage for that day, the patient is not going to pay. The doctor is not going to get paid. You're not going to get paid because we're not going to get paid. So that's not good for business. This is like lending your money to someone. What make you think that they're going to return the money? When it comes to money, people have issues. So for that reason, see, you should document everything so you make sure that this information that the callbacks were done. It's just that you did not pick up the phone. So if something happens to you, something bad happens to you medically because you delayed a procedure, an exam, whatever the case may be, because you didn't pick up the phone, it's not my fault. We return your calls, but you didn't pick them up, or you did not return the message that I left for you. So that's it. So we are covered. So you document everything, whatever you receive and whatever you do. If I take a message from a patient, I document it. If you make a phone call to them, you document it. Every single time. Because patients are going to lie. They're going to say that they never receive a call. And how are you going to prove? How are you going to remember? A year ago, 2 years ago, then the patient called at this time and this particular day. I don't remember what happens today. Remember, I always forget to plug my computer. So keep it in mind. And it's not because I'm old or I have a mental issue. No, it's because I'm busy with something else. And that's what happens to us. See, sometimes, I want to prepare something. And I kind of light up the stove and put something in there. Listen, I have to be there. Otherwise, it's going to burn because I'm going to get caught up, whether watching the news or doing something in my computer. And then I forget when I smell something, I said, oh, wait a minute, what smell? And then I still don't remember. And I go to the kitchen and say, oh my goodness, right, I left this on. I don't do it because I always forget because I'm not used to that part of the kitchen. So whenever I do something, I have to stay there. So what make you think that you are any different? No, we're not going to remember everything. That's what we document every single time the patient comes in, and we collect the patient history. I only recall my patients when I have them in front of me and when I see the history. And if it is a history that I have taken from them. Other than that, I don't recall. I saw them yesterday. Bring me the medical records so I know what you're talking about. Oh, that was Mr. Mrs. Rodriguez was here yesterday. Remember that you ordered this? I don't remember anything. I've been seeing like 20 patients, plus other issues that I have in my life. I'm going to remember this patient. So let's get the medical records. Now I go over, I have the name and full name. I'm going to go, and now I know because we document things. We do not trust our memory. That's why we have books. That's why we have diaries. That's why we have all this information written, collected, all this data. Because we don't trust our minds. And sometimes are very complicated things. How are you going to remember that? So no, we have to document everything all the time. Typical incoming calls. So what will be the most frequent routine coming calls? New patients scheduling appointments. Well, not only new patients, it might be an established patient. See, an established patient, new patients. Remember, established is someone who's been there with us already, is being seen by this clinic. New patients never been seen. When we get to medical records, we're going to explain a little sections to the rule. Patient needing directions. I told you this. The patient is a new patient, wants to get into the office, and they usually call the office. Where are you guys located? And then we have to tell, oh, take the train this to this stop and walk this here. We are in this street, in this avenue, blah, blah, blah. Well, we have to give directions. So remember, we don't have patients that, that they are good with technology or things like that. So, oh, I'm going to give you the address, put your GPS system. And no, well, sometimes you have to give the directions. Sometimes they are right close to the office and they're still looking for it. And they call you, oh, listen, I'm lost. I don't know where I am. I'm looking for the address. I don't see anything. Oh, do you see this canopy, blue color, blah? It says doctor. Yeah, I'm in front of it. That's the place. Oh, you are already here. So again, have to be a little patient. Inquiries about bills and fees. That's a biggie because people always call in when they receive a bill that they don't want to pay. Remember, when it comes to money, I'm telling you, they're going to call you. Oh, I just received a bill. Why am I getting a bill? Because my insurance pays for everything. Well, we're going to talk about that during insurance module. So it's more than just, what the insurance covers. There are other fees that you have to pay. And we have to tell them from day one what is it that they are expected to pay. Remember, you have to tell the patients, even though if you don't know billing and coding, no worries. You have to tell the patient, never lie to the patient, oh, my insurance pays everything. Well, whatever the insurance doesn't pay, you're responsible for it. And that's when you sign the registration form, when you register for the first time in the clinic or hospital, you sign a paper. And that paper that reads on the bottom, there is a paragraph right there that reads, then we are, responsible to bring, to give, to provide some care to you, but you are responsible to pay for fees that the insurance is not covering, or whether the insurance did not cover it because expired. That's what we have to verify, the insurance coverage, that the patients have an insurance active on the day of the visit or the procedure, whatever the case may be. So they're going to call for any charges that you do to them. Insurance provider questions, I already mentioned it. They always going to ask about, well, do you happen to take this insurance? Or my insurance expired, I don't know what to do. Oh, I'm going to switch from clinics, but you guys don't take my insurance. How do I do? What insurance do you take? How can I switch to that insurance that you guys take? Because I want to move to this area. Your office is closest to mine. So we got to respond to a lot of things. So it says right here, request for assistance with insurance. So that has to do insurance provider questions. It's going to be some of the stuff. They can even call you because they said, oh, listen, I just changed my insurance. I'm going to give you the information from my new insurance. And if we don't take that insurance, then that's going to be another issue, because now the patient has to move to another office or the patient has to switch insurances. Radiology and laboratory reports. We're going to have these all the time, because the doctor is going to order all these imaging reports. Laboratory reports means everything. Imaging reports, MRIs, CAT scans, sonograms, EKGs, tests, blood, urine, any bodily fluid, biopsies. So all those things means laboratory. Satisfactory progress reports from patients. So people do the progress reports, remember how they are doing. So we call that, it will be the referring physician. So we refer to our patients to this particular physician, so they're gonna send us a message because they are specialists. If it is the cardiologist, they're gonna tell the doctor, we're gonna receive correspondence, we're gonna receive emails, we're gonna receive phone calls from these doctors, from these providers, telling you how the patient is doing after we refer them to receive their services. So that's basically what it is. routine reports from hospitals and other sources. So again, if we refer our patients to another place, not has to be an emergency, need to be any department of any specialty, we're gonna receive reports from there. So again, remember the doctors, if I refer my patient to another provider, that provider does not do what I do. So for that reason, this doctor has to keep me informed. So they send me all these reports, all these exams that they do, all these imaging reports, or at least the official reading, and then I can keep it in my medical record. So I know how my patient is doing because I refer my patient to these particular doctors, to this particular hospital or specialty. Office administration matters. Anything that has to do with policies in your office, remember, you're going to have people calling. Whether the J Commission, whether the Department of Health. So there are a lot of stuff that is involved. Requests for referrals. I mentioned referrals. Remember, the request for referrals is by a specialist or that we as general practitioners or the personal or provider physician is going to refer these patients to a specialty because we don't deal with that. Whenever something goes beyond our scope of duty, we have to refer our patients to a specialist. But then we're going to receive the reports from there. Remember, the reports do not stay with the cardiologists alone. Yes, the cardiologists are going to keep the reports, but they're going to send me copies because I'm the one who refers, because this is my patient. I'm the primary care physician, so I have to have all the information from my patient, even though if the evaluation was not done by me, it was done by someone who I referred to. Prescription refills. Whether it's a prescription for the first time or it is a refill, we have to have, this back and forth with the pharmacy. So remember, some of the refills, you might be able to do it if you are directed by the medical doctor. Not by the nurse, not by anyone else. Has to be the medical doctor who's dealing with this patient. This medical doctor is the only one who can direct you to call the pharmacy for medication refill. And there are some medications that you can call, some others that has to be done by the doctor, only by the doctor. So you're going to learn that when we get to pharmacology. Because we have different types of, levels of medications. So we got to make sure that we do definitely understand all these, processes with not only calls, but, how to handle these patients when they come in person asking for prescription refill. Special incoming calls. So patient refusing to discuss symptoms. Once again, this is like the patient who doesn't want to give you the name. So if you don't want to give me the name, you don't want to discuss anything with me. So this is the reason why patients do not want to discuss symptoms with you. They want to discuss them with the doctor because they want to be evaluated by the doctor right there. So they don't want to come to the office. But that's not going to happen because the doctor, first of all, is not going to discuss symptoms, particularly when there's something serious going on. And if I use the phone line to discuss symptoms, that means I'm not getting paid for that visit. So you just over the phone, we don't charge for, conversations over the phone unless we are doing this type of, online examinations, visits, whatever the code may be. So we're not doing that. So we're not doing no telemetry or anything like that. So for that reason, we don't discuss that. So we ask the patient to come to the office to make an appointment, and we're going to discuss that in the office. So for that reason, they don't want to give you the reason what they are calling. And or there is another one, because the symptoms that they presenting are very sensitive. When it comes to alcohol abuse, drug abuse, sexual related things, they don't want to discuss it with you. So for that reason, they also refuse to give you information. You got to be very tactful when you talk to these people. And some unsatisfactory progress reports. So something that is not a, how can I explain? Let's say that, the blood results are abnormal. So, well, these are special. Somebody calls in, the laboratory calls in and tells you, hey, I need to speak to the doctor, or take this information. The blood results from these patients are too high, they are red flag, or too low, red flag, need to contact the patient immediately. So that is unsatisfactory, because something that is satisfactory means that is good, right? So unsatisfactory means they're not good. So we need to, they did the biopsy, the results do not look good. So need to do more testings or repeat the test, whatever the case may be. These are special situations. See, request for test results. The reason why it is special situation, because if it is an abnormal test results, like I mentioned before, we're not giving those results over the phone. Sometimes if it is negative, now the doctor might give that information because there is no compromise. But can you imagine telling the patient that your results for cancer of the biopsy, the results, they came, abnormal, you have cancer, cervix, cancer of the breast, cancer of the prostate, cancer of the colon, who knows, whatever, or a condition that is really serious. How am I going to give you information over the phone? That's unacceptable. That's not something that you're going to do. You need to bring the patient, because we need to prepare the patient for the news, or not the news, the bad news. Request information from third parties. Third parties are organizations that are not part of the organization, but we need the organization because we send them work from our patients, particularly external lab results. Imaging agencies. See, medical doctors do not have X-rays, CAT scan, MRIs machines where they're going to do all this testing. So we send our patients to one of these imaging centers, and then we're going to receive results. Remember, that's basically what's trying to tell you. Third party, also insurance companies. We are collecting information for billing purposes, whether the office is calling or whether we're calling them, non-payment, late payments, change of insurance or premium, or, co-payment, diagnosis. So all these codings, whether it was up code or down code. So there are a lot of things going on. So they're going to call. Complaints about care or fees. I didn't feel good when I went to the office. They're going to call to complain. Or they charge me for this when actually they didn't do it, or it was charged me too much, or in such an office, they didn't charge me for this, that was supposed to be covered by my insurance. Even though if we disclose all this information, people start. Please remember, when it comes to money, people is going to speak up. We're not saying that they are right. It's just that they're going to be claiming something that probably is not. Calls from the physician's family or friends. See, we're going to have, these are special situations. Family calls the physician or friends calls the physician. So in these situations, these are special situations. Calls from staff members, family or friends, the same. Calls to the staff members. So the nurse receives a call, medical assistant receives a call from family member, from friend. So these are special situations. Angry or aggressive callers. Well, in a normal, perfect world, we will have someone who is nice when they call, right? But this is not the case because, we don't know what the issues are triggering the patients to become angry, aggressive, combative, depressed, stressed out. Well, there are many issues, right? So we don't control that. But we receive those callers. And these are special because not every single patient that calls into our office is angry, aggressive, or whatever the other situation they feel in at that moment. Emergency callers. See, we have this special because it's not the same as a patient wants to make an appointment, but they don't have any complications. So they have a chronic condition, but they are under control. So that's not an emergency. But we can have a patient who's having an emergency. We need to know how to address that. Emergencies are one of those calls that we pass it to the medical doctor. But we have to do certain questioning before we pass the call. Whereas if we have a medical doctor calling the doctor, we don't ask questions. We ask their names, but that's it. Oh, what is in reference to? We don't ask that. The family member, okay, I'm the wife. Oh, what is in reference to? Can you imagine? That doesn't work that way. But to the patients or the family members of the patient that are calling during an emergency, of course, we need to know whether this is an emergency or not. So we need to ask questions. And we need to be prepared to call 911 on behalf of the patient. Remember, if they don't have someone there that can assist the patient, if they don't have an adult, someone that can talk to us on behalf of the patient because the patient is compromised or something like that, then we have to do the calls. We have to call the emergency. We have to know where the patient is at, and so on and so forth. Failure to do this is malpractice. It's malpractice. Questions to us during an emergency call. See, we went to emergencies. So this is very, very important. So we need to know how to address this. At what telephone number can you be reached? See, it sounds like if I give you that information, you will be like, oh, wait a minute. What do you mean a call? Somebody's calling and you asking me at what time? Well, this is the thing. So when the patient calls in an emergency or the family member is calling, we have to call, okay, who's the patient? What is the name of the patient? Name and last name. We have that. Probably date of birth. It's important to know, to verify, because this is an emergency. Now, we don't know if the patient is calling, if the patient is at home. How do you know the patient is at home? How do you know that the patient is calling from the family member's phone? So we need to reassure that we do have the contact number where and the address where the patient is at a particular moment. If we need to send the ambulance, you cannot rely on the information that we have on file. Remember, that's not how it works. This is an emergency. This is a very serious situation. So what you do is, okay, which number we can use to reach you now? Where you at? Are you at home, or where you at right now? Because if we need to send an ambulance, remember, you're gonna send the ambulance to the wrong place because whatever you have on file is probably not exactly where the patient is at a particular moment. So for that reason, we need to ask the phone number, if it is the phone of the patient or someone else, or if you are using the phone from a different place. See, where are you located? We must know where you're located. So don't assume that the patient is at home. What makes you think that the patient is at home? The patient is at the mall. The patient is at the train station, at the bus station. The patient is on the streets. The patient is doing something. And he start feeling some symptoms, some complications. Now the patient is going to call, the first person that they're going to call is the person that they know, their doctors. And we are going to ask the questions. So now talking about symptoms. So what are the symptoms? It says right there, what are the chief symptoms? Chief means what is the reason for the call? What is the most important things that are happening to you right now? What is going on with you right now? So I'm having shortness of breath. That's an emergency. I'm bleeding profusely. That's an emergency. I'm having palpitations, chest pain. That is an emergency. I was hit by a car. That's an emergency. So these are things that cannot wait. When did that happen? When did the symptoms start? Oh, start like half an hour ago, 10 minutes ago. Now we have to ask a little more. Remember, have you had this before? Had this happened to you before? Why? Because we're gonna need to know whether this is something that is happening to you. If it's happened to you and you didn't die from there, probably not gonna die this time. So we kind of measuring the severity of the situation, how to act immediately if this merits to do that. Are you alone? Remember, we're always gonna ask if someone is with you because you're having an emergency. If you're having chest pain, you can go into a heart attack. You can collapse. Who's gonna continue with us? Who's gonna guide us? Who's gonna tell more information? So usually these are the things that I will ask at the beginning after I verify their names, contact number, and location. Now, having symptoms, okay, yes, this is this, this is this. Okay, are you alone? Are you with someone else, an adult person? Because when you are asking where you're located, well, I'm at home. Are you alone? There's someone else over there that if I need it, I can talk to them. So call them up. Do you have transportation? How are you going to reach point A to point B? Now, can you do it? Can you drive? Well, having an emergency, you're not going to be driving. But someone else is going to be driving you. That's exactly what they're trying to tell you. Oh, no, I have to take the train. No, that's very risky. I have to take the bus. That's very risky. Maybe taking a taxi. But now, if it is an emergency, we don't want you to come to our office because we are going to call the ambulance. So that's basically how we are going to deal with this. So again, we're going to screen every single call, whether it's an outgoing or an incoming calls. Remember, we're going to screen them, we're going to document them. That's basically what it's saying. So it says right here that in any situation in your office, they're going to pick someone who's good at it. If you are good dealing with the patients, taking messages and, dealing with the patients over the phone, with angry patients, impatient patients, and all that nonsense, well, then they will assign someone to screen the calls, meaning every single one who calls, you're going to document that and you're going to see what is the next level. Where is this call going to go to? The doctor, to the nurse, to the billing department, to the emergency? What is it that we're going to do? See, a written emergency protocol should be close to each phone. So in your office desk, in the reception area, you should have these emergency protocols. It's like the policy manual. You have to have an emergency protocol just in case someone called, because you're not going to have on the top of your head for every single condition that, oh, I'm having an asthma attack. What questions you're going to ask? Can you breathe? I'm having an asthma attack. Hello. What else can you ask? So it's going to be a list of conditions that are considered an emergency, and you will follow just that, just the way that we went right here. All these items are going to be described right there, as the name, as the location, as the symptoms. Now, as this, as that, because every single condition is different. The symptoms are different. So we're going to have these documented, written protocols for emergency situations. And it depends on what the patient tell you about the symptoms. Now you're going to follow that. Says, oh, this patient is having this asthma attack, chest pain, shortness of breath. Oh, look for that. Ask the other question, the next question, the next question. It's not that you're going to know by the top of your head. That is not the case. Because you're not the doctor, so you're not going to be able, but you are the one who's picking up the calls. You're the one who's screening the patients. See, employees must not give any advice, not or on the written protocol. So again, it is what it is. It is there. You're not going to change anything from there. If the patient saying otherwise is not responding to these particular symptoms and the symptoms do not match the emergency, probably it's not an emergency, period. Now, do you have to meet all the requirements of each condition? No, you can have few of them, 1, 2, 3, that is enough, because the patient doesn't know sometimes how to explain the symptoms. And when you ask, you try to paraphrase, patients still don't understand that because it's very complicated. And not all the symptoms happens in the same way, in the same order, to the same person. Some of the symptoms be similar, some others are not. Some of them have more symptoms, some others have less. All depends on other concomitant conditions that the patient may have, their age, other medications that they're taking, surgical procedures that they have gone through. Emergency phone number should be available. So that means that you have to have certain emergency numbers from different emergency locations. So you can call and tell them that you are bringing those patients over there and who's the patient and most of the information that you have from the patient. We gotta make sure that the patient's physician or medical provider knows about this if the patient, physicians or provider is not available in the office. If the patient calls in the office or call us, the doctor is not there, the doctor who is the doctor for this patient, the primary care physician. Now we have to reach this doctor and want to tell them that his or her patient was admitted in this particular emergency for this reason. Because this medical doctor has to go to the emergency and he has to go and follow up with the patient, or has to call the medical doctors at that particular emergency to see how their patients are doing. So that's basically how it works. So it's not just simple, okay, we're going to send you to the emergency, goodbye. No, because this is still our patient from this office. So we need to have every piece of information. When the patient is somewhere else being seen by someone else, we need to know what happened, what was ordered, whatever went through, for the care of these patients. So that's basically what it is. So let's say that you have a question on your exam. Okay, what do you do for a patient who's having an emergency? First of all, if it is calling, then you're gonna pass this call to the medical doctor. There is no question about it. But before you pass this call, you have to follow these protocols. Where you're gonna find these protocols? Emergency protocols policies. That's it, simple. But we question first what symptoms are and see if the patient meets the criteria for an emergency. Remember, some patients call and say, I'm having an emergency. What's going on? Oh no, I ran out of my medications. I have to take my medications. I don't have my medications. Today's Friday and it's after 5 and the doctor just already closed and I have to wait until Monday. I cannot wait until Monday. That's not an emergency. It's not. So are you gonna call in an ambulance for that? Definitely not. So you're gonna tell the patient, you know what, you have to wait till Monday when when the doctor returns. That's how it is. That's your responsibility. You're not gonna tell them, but that's the responsibility of the patient to make sure that before your medications, are completed for the particular month, because usually you get certain amount of medications, 30 pills for 30 days. So what are you gonna wait for the last minute? So that's your responsibility. But the point here is it is not an emergency. I'm coughing. I have a little fever. No, that's not an emergency. Emergencies are shortness of breath, chest pain, palpitations, collapsing, being struck by, having a serious trauma, bleeding profusely. That is an emergency because emergencies are death or life situations. You're not gonna die because you didn't take your medications. By the way, you're not taking medications, take advantage, go drink this weekend. Oh, just kidding. So that's basically how we do. Any questions about emergencies? Remember, if you have a question on your exam for emergencies, it's gonna be one of them. It will be that this will be one of those times where you actually pass this call to the medical doctor. The other one is like, after you find out that the patient is actually having an emergency, then, this is a serious matter. And you have to take this seriously. You have to ask where it's located, the name and the contact number. These are crucial information. Full name, where the patient is located, and what is the phone number that we can reach the patient. Just in case something happens, we know where the patient is at and how to reach them. Getting information the physician needs. So listen carefully to the physicians when he or she is questioning patients about their symptoms. The medical assistant will learn to anticipate the physician needs. So remember that I told you this at the beginning. You don't have to wait until the doctor asks questions to the patient. Why? Because sometimes you might not be there in the waiting area, in the exam room. The doctor might need you when you're assisting them or you are translating. That's a different issue. But the first step happens when the patient tells you what the symptoms are. Hi, good morning. I'm here. I want to see the doctor. Sure, may I have your name, please? Blah, 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 blah. You go through all this process. And then you said, okay, what's the reason? What is the reason of your visit? Can you tell me what's going on? So they said, oh, I'm having this. Now you have to prepare yourself. Remember that I told you? So you have to prepare from that moment on. What is it that the doctor is gonna need from you? So you're gonna be prepared. So you don't get caught off on, off guard doing something else or not expecting it. So if I know that this patient has these issues, complaining about this, now I'm preparing because probably I'm gonna do an EKG Probably I'm gonna be drawing blood. Certainly you're gonna be drawing blood, probably urine. So make sure that you, if the patient asks you for the restroom, give them a little cup so they can collect your urine, because chances are the doctor's gonna order all that. You're not gonna draw blood before the patient, the doctor orders, but you're gonna be ready. You're gonna say, oh my goodness, this patient is gonna need blood. This patient is gonna need an EKG. All depends on what the symptoms are. If I'm complaining about burning sensation in urination, not being able to pee or something else, well, I know that something related is gonna happen. If I'm complaining about shortness of breath, if I'm complaining about chest pain, I know that an EKG is gonna be required. If you are a person who's been 1 year that you haven't seen the doctor, you have a complete physical exam, you're a female, oh, you're gonna get a pap smear probably. The doctor does pap smears right here. So I gotta prepare myself. So bloods are gonna be done, most definitely, for every single patient, almost for any visit, we do bloods. And sometimes we do urine. And if it is a complete physical exam, we're gonna do all the vital signs, we're gonna do EKG, we're gonna do bloods. So then you're gonna be prepared. That's what it's telling you right here. So you gotta be prepared. You're gonna anticipate what the doctor is gonna need. So I'm getting ready. So here it is. The doctor is giving you the medical record. Now the doctor wants you to do a referral. Yes, you got to do a referral because the patient was having chest pains. I did an EKG, still the EKG get normal, still we're going to refer the patient to a cardiologist. Follow up. Never know. I'm not a cardiologist, so I'm going to refer my patient. Or for billing purposes, they're going to, hand you these papers and you're going to see the diagnosis, the procedures that were on it. Now we're going to see how many charges are going to be there. So you're going to prepare all these materials and you're going to send it to billing department. So that basically, so you're just going to review whatever the medical doctor has completed. And if something is missing, you're just going to call. That's basically how it goes. Okay, so we are done with incoming calls. Now we're going to enter the outgoing calls. But we're going to leave that for tomorrow because it's been a lot. It's almost time. No, it's not almost time. It's time. So we're going to leave it here because it was a lot of information. Now, the good thing about these chapters is that I'm giving you lots of information, but not all this information is going to be asked on exams. But you need to know how to respond when you are, start doing your work. From all these, you need to know that definitely you have to listen to your patients. Do not interrupt your patients. So those are questions for exam. Remember, so it sounds like very simple, but this is the real thing. So the questions are, when the patient is talking to you, what are the things that you shouldn't do? You do not interrupt the patient. You do not